experimenting with a dual stream tonight, sending to both YouTube and Twitch. We'll see how that works out. I think that was part of the problem with overloading my encoder before, but things seem good now. Alright. I'll be back in just a few and grab the other camera and see what I can do about setting that up. Ooh. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. All right. I think that's working. So I've got audio, it seems. Soundtrack works. Let's turn that down a little bit. And hop on over to me. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. To anybody who is lurking in or new, I'm Josh, also known as Cpgeek, and I'm a big nerd. On this stream, I do a whole bunch of nerdy things. I've built 3D printers, arcade machines, computers, big servers, all kinds of fun stuff. It all depends on what projects that I'm working on currently. And I'm about to dig into a pretty big one. I don't know if anybody caught the topic, but my lab is a mess, but that's not unusual for me. But I am going to start messing around with Home Assistant. For those who are unaware, Home Assistant is an awesome open source piece of software made by Nabu Casa, and it's designed to integrate things together, Internet of Things type things, and it's supposed to give you a really nice interface to do that. And when I say integrate, I mean take little sensors, such as this little Govee sensor here. This is battery powered. Notice that there are no ports on the thing. I'll get you a better view of that on the other camera in just a minute as soon as that's online. But it takes sensor data and works with smart plugs like these guys here. We'll dig into that in a minute too. And basically combines them into doing stuff. Usually it's a matter of if this, then that type stuff. If this sensor reads between these things, then do this other thing that we can do with all the attached different things on the system. Be that send my phone a notification, switch a light on or off, turn on a fan. There are integrated types of systems for like heating and air conditioning. You can have it do thermostat type stuff. You can have it change the channel on your TV to your smart doorbell if you have a package delivery. If it detects motion on a motion sensor on your doorbell or something along those lines. You can have it do all sorts of things. If it integrates, you can either treat it as a sensor, as an output device, or in some cases both. Because a lot of devices have both some kind of sensor on them as well as something that it can do. For example, these smart plugs not only turn on and off, but they also measure the current that goes through them. So, for example, if I could have it say turn the smart plug off if it's taking up more than 30 watts, just as a random example. Or if the temperature outside read by one of these sensors is above a certain amount, then turn off space heater, that kind of thing. But before we can get to any of that stuff, you got to set it up. And being its own pseudo kind of operating system, you can install it in a few different ways. There's a Docker image. If you're familiar with Docker, you can basically roll that up and that works. There's supervised. There's its own operating system. You can install it bare metal. There's actually a Home Assistant operating system, which is sort of kind of the route that I'm going with. But I want to install the Home Assistant OS as a virtual machine on top of Proxmox. I have talked about Proxmox here a few times, and that seems to be a great way to go. I do have a Proxmox cluster here. However, I have had to take that offline temporarily, at least, because it's straight up taking up too much power. So I had the thought of digging up the previous mini PC router that is incredibly low power, and through one of these plugs later on, hopefully I'll be able to find out exactly how much power it's drawing. Yeah, so I'm going to be using that to load up a new copy of Proxmox. We'll get that rolling, and then we can go ahead and load up Home Assistant. So hello and welcome to everybody who has come on in. I know this is not my usual stream time. I usually stream on Sunday nights, but I did not stream last night. I had an outing with family, which was fantastic, and then I wasn't feeling all of that peppy in terms of being on camera and all that stuff. Also, for what it's worth, I had to clean up a little bit before I could even stream, despite this place still being quite the mess. So I do apologize for the state of things in advance, but such is the way that they are going to be for now. Let me see if I can enable the camera here. Ha! Alright, so the camera does work. I know that you're not seeing that yet. I just needed to get the image of what it was doing here. Please stand by. Alright, let me get this stuff out of shot. Like I said, big mess, big mess. Alright. Move these on over. Crash, crash, boom. Kapow. Whammo. Ah, keyboard. Alright, so before I started the stream, I did in advance hook this mini PC up to my computer via a capture device, so I'll be able to show you the output on that. Let's see my crazy times messy desk. Get this focused first, then I'll switch that. B plus A. Come on, zoom back out. So, there we go. There is my big time messy desk and the mini PC that we're using here. You'll note it's entirely passive. This is actually the CPU cooler for it. There's no fans on this machine at all. Previously I had used this as a router. If I switch this around back here, you can see there are many Ethernet ports. However, this device only supports up to 2.5 gigabit networking, and I needed a router capable of 10 gigabits. So this was straight up not going to work for me. I actually don't have any other equipment capable of 2.5 gigabits, so these are really only good for 1 gig for me. So plenty of networking, and this thing only needs 1 gig of networking in order to do this whole Home Assistant thing, so that's good. I have prepared in this little flash drive here Ventoy, which is an operating system imager, I guess. It allows you to boot ISO files directly from the USB medium. So I can just dump ISO files onto it, boot off of it, and then I can boot off of those ISO files. So that's what I'm going to be using here. This other USB is just a keyboard that I've hooked up. In the meantime, I've got this off to the side here just so I can control things here. And let's go ahead and see if we can install Proxmox. So I'm going to go ahead over to the other camera. It's C plus A, E plus A. Ah, that's what happened. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and we're gonna boot this thing up. Beep. Let's switch to the computer's input so we can view that. So we will... Where the heck is it? I just created a new... There it is. Boop. There we go. Okay, so when the computer boots up, this is what appears. This is Ventoy. Of course, it is unresponsive. Checking on that right now. So this is the Ventoy main menu. So it basically reads all of the ISO files that are on the flash drive and presents them here. This is great for doing things like Windows imaging, because I can just download the latest copy of Windows from Microsoft's website, dump it on here, and then boot off of it without actually having to use an USB burning utility to dump the ISO file to USB. So that's super convenient. Here you'll see I have Proxmox, so the old copy of Proxmox, the latest TrueNAS scale, and a copy of Ubuntu here that I installed in my notebook. Why is this unresponsive? Let's see what I can do about that. There we go. All right, so we want the newer version of Proxmox, which at the time of recording here is Proxmox VE 82-1, and we're just going to go ahead and boot that ISO in normal mode. And here we have the boot prompt for Proxmox VE. I'm going to go ahead and just do the terminal UI. And that's just because I don't need to do this graphically. So I'm going to go ahead and do Proxmox. And it loads up all the things. Here we go. And I apologize, you're probably not going to be able to read this. Oh, of course, it would be nice if I plugged in networking, right? And I can't read that. Let's see if I can blow that up on my screen here. I believe that's just the terms and services for the agreements, license agreement. Yeah, words. Words are hard. Okay. Yep, that's the end user license agreement. I'm just going to go ahead and I agree. Target hard disk. Yep, that's the one. The NVMe, I have 128 gigabyte NVMe SSD in here. It's really tiny, but it'll definitely work for these purposes. So the next question it's asking is my country, which I'm sorry that things are not incredibly clear here. It's really hard to see. Sorry about that. The Proxmox installer just looks really weird on this capture device for some reason. Well, you know what? Let me see if I can do something about that. Did that do anything? Nope. Nope. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and continue. The country, I'm currently in the United States, so I'm going to go down to United States. Time zone, for me, I am nearest New York. Oops. And keyboard layout is going to be US English. So that's country, time zone, and the keyboard layout. So next, it wants my root password. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a super secure password. And administrator email, I'm going to go ahead and just drop in my public email address. Next. And my passwords don't match. How about that? Next. Oh, come on. One more time. There we go. Okay, so it wants management interface. So we're going to call this. What should we call this? We're going to call this Eco. And host name. First off, management interface. ENP1SO. That's going to be the first Ethernet port. The host name for this is going to be eco.cpgeek.org. The IP address is going to be 10.3.91.231. And the gateway address is going to be 10.3.91.254. That's the address of my router. So I know that 231 is in my block of IP addresses that I have reserved that do not automatically get allocated via automatic configuration via DHCP. So I went ahead and went for 231. My NAS is 230, so I have that on the top of my head. Gateway address, 10.3.91.254. That is the IP address of my router that controls all of my external communications. And DNS server address, that is also going to be my router. So 10.3.91.254, because I am running a DNS resolver on that router. Next. And install. So it's doing its thing. We're at 2% and going strong. And I'm just going to leave this to its own devices. So while this is installing, which really shouldn't take all that long because I'm installing from a flash drive anyway, only a few minutes, I'm going to go to my camera again. +A. And I'm actually going to adjust the focus, so please bear with me. This can be jarring. It'll zoom in for a second. There we go. Now that that's nice and in focus, it'll pop itself back out in just a couple of seconds, and we can go ahead and continue. Come on. There we are. Okay, so these are Sonoff smart plugs. You can see the shape here. Still in their original wrapping. These walked through the door this afternoon, and these are designed for turning things on and off and measuring current. Those are the two big things that these do, and that will help me figure out basically how much power draw all of the things that I have these on are drawing, and also allow me to remotely turn them on and off. So if I have a server crash or something and I'm either not in the house or I don't want to walk downstairs to my rack, I basically have the option of flicking a switch and turning these on and off. And a box of these is way cheaper than getting one of those fancy PDUs that do remote control switching on and off and has power flow information on them. Those are wicked expensive, like $1,000. Pack of 4 of these guys, $40. The 12 of them that I own together, I have them just sitting right under here. I basically picked up all of these. So they're $40 a pop. I figured it would be worth the investment. $40 for a 4-pack. So pretty cheap overall. These can be directly read with a standard smartphone. There's an app that goes with them. You can switch them on and off in the app and read the smart plugs that way. I'm not going to be using those for that because, you know, that would be too easy. What are you watching this channel if all you want is the way that things are? We're going to go ahead and hack these. So some awesome people put together this awesome open source firmware for microcontrollers, just like the one that is inside these smart plugs. It's called Tasmota, and basically it's a miniature operating system that reads the Wi-Fi. These work over Wi-Fi. It reads the controller for the electricity measurement, and it also enables the use of toggling these things on and off in Home Assistant. So there is a Tasmota plugin for Home Assistant that basically enables you to use any Tasmota-enabled devices. Tasmota is an open firmware for a wide variety of not just smart plugs, but a few different devices that have different types of sensors and whatnot. But it's a really cool open application environment. But in order to put Tasmota on these, it's basically a firmware flash, not terribly different than flashing a router that you have to, plug in serial and do all that jazz. But unfortunately, it's internal on these, so we just have to pop these open. It's not too difficult. I've watched a few videos on the matter, and from there, we can go ahead and flash our Tasmota operating system here. So I'm just going to grab one here. I haven't even opened any of these yet. So this is the Sonoff S31. Whoop, there we go. S31, yep. Let's see what we got here. Packaging should be pretty thin. Looks like it's just the box. Whoa. So we've got a box with QR code here to download the app. They want you to download the eWeLink app. We're not going to do that. We're just going to go ahead and skip that step, flash all of these guys. And it also comes with, let's see, I like it. Oh, it's just instructions on how to download the app again, with the QR code and some really teeny tiny instructions about common problems. But if we have a problem, I'll solve it like Vanilla Ice, right? Because that's what we're doing here. Okay, so that's basically our smart plug. So we've got a couple of LEDs on top. We've got our interface here. You plug stuff right into it. Standard American interface. If you're from a different country, this might be a little weird, but here in the United States, where power is a little less zappier, we basically have this interface here. So we've got basically a pass-through. We've got a standard power plug on one side. It is not movable. I kind of wish that I could rotate these, but I kind of get it. This is designed so you can, on a standard switch plate, plug in two of these without blocking the top and bottom outlets. So you can basically place one above and one below in a standard electrical interface plate that you have in the wall. Unfortunately, I am using a PDU in my server rack, and that's primarily why I ordered these. That means that I have a bar where they're beside each other in a row. This is definitely going to block. So I went on Amazon realizing this just before the stream, and I have a few very, 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 very short 6-inch extension cords that I'll plug into my PDU, and then I can plug this in, and then I can plug the computer's cables into these. That will make it so that I can plug into my PDU bar. PDU bar is just like a surge protector that's rack mountable. So it handles, I think it's like 7 or 8 different devices that you can plug in. And then you plug the PDU into your UPS, which I have in my rack. So, yeah, that's the long and short of it with the Sonoff S31 smart plug. We'll hack this in just a couple of seconds here. But first, let's pop on over to our newly installed operating system here. says, welcome to the Proxmox virtual environment. Please use your web browser to configure this server. Connect to 10.391.231 colon 8006, which is the standard port for running Proxmox, the web interface. So, first things first, I need to find a network cable here that I have plugged into a switch. I hope it's plugged into the switch. We'll find out in a couple of seconds here. So I'm pretty sure that this should do the job. And let's go on over here and plug this into our first interface. Hopefully it'll light up. And it does. We get link lights. Blink, blink, blink. So what I'm going to do is just to make sure the network is up, I am going to come on over here and let's see, make this a little larger so you can see. I'm going to log in as root. Are you not responsive? There we go. So root, and then the password I gave it. And ping google.com, see if I get a reply. And I do, it's on the internet. Sweet. Okay, so Proxmox is installed, and that's done properly. I'm going to exit that shell, and then I am going to pop open a new Firefox window. One moment, I have too much crap on my desktop. Minimize all of this stuff. Minimize, minimize, minimize. Get rid of that. Get rid of those. And new. And we're going to go to eco.cpgeek.org /8006. We're having some trouble finding that site. Thought that was the name of it. Well, we'll have to go 10.391.231 /8006. /8006. Interesting. Volume no work. Is it HTTPS? No. 10.391.231. Well, it's on the internet, so bring open a command prompt. 10.391.231. And it returns. So I can ping it. But I'm not able to get to its web interface? That's weird. I'm doing something wrong. That is the only thing I can think of. Let me get a windowed version of this. Stick up over here. 10.391.231 /8006. Ah, there we go. I guess it was still coming up. That was really confusing. I went to the same URL again, and it just worked. Oh, you're not seeing this. Transition. There we go. So Firefox is basically telling me that there is a potential security risk. Firefox detected a potential security threat and did not continue to this URL. The reason this is coming up is because it's using a self-signed certificate. So it's HTTPS, which is secure HTTP, secure web traffic. And it's basically not recognizing the host because it has a self-signed certificate, which is totally fine. This is what I expected. So we will go ahead and go advanced. And the error code is the security certificate is from an unknown issuer, which is just fine. I know that this is the device that I've asked for, so I'm going to go ahead and accept the risk. And I'm waiting for the user interface to pop up. And I don't know why it's being so slow. It's a brand new machine. It should not be this slow. Something is being weird. I'm not sure what it is. All right, I'm going to stop this and then refresh. All right. Well, in that case, if it's not going to pop up the user interface like it should, I'm going to switch back to the terminal, log in as root again. Run apt-get install htop, which, apt-get update. Let's go ahead and update the system while we're here. I'm not sure why the networking doesn't seem to be working as far as the web server, but it seems to be working just fine as opposed to the terminal here. So we'll go ahead and install htop, make that happen. We'll make this a little smaller so you can actually see what's going on here. htop. Okay, so our 4 processor cores aren't really doing much. Memory is unencumbered. This machine only has 8 gigabytes of RAM, which is just fine for this particular purpose. I may want to upgrade it later on, so I can run more things in this this nice little Proxmox instance. But I'm gonna go ahead and reboot it. Reboot. And hopefully that will bring about the web server for configuration. I don't know why it was not working there. That rainbow is just from the capture card. It's currently restarting. BIOS. Automatically count down and run Proxmox. Should be a nice quick load. It should be up and running. So let's switch back to the desktop and see if it is actually up and running. It's also possible that I have misjudged and there is another device that's 10.3.9.1.2.3.1 might have an IP collision. So I just went ahead and unplugged the Ethernet from that, and okay, so 2.3.1 is down. Plugged it back in. 2.3.1 is back. Okay. Try again. Nothing. Okay. Let's go ahead and restart interface here. I don't know why Proxmox wouldn't just show me the user interface. That's super strange. Have to get upgrade. Just gonna try to upgrade the system as it is here, and hopefully that might remove bugs. I've never seen this just straight up not work. So it's downloading some of the update files. Well, while this is updating, let's go back to the camera view here. And while that's doing its thing, I'm actually going to just move this over here a little bit. Move it out of the way. Is there another place for it? Oh, there's as good a place as any. Move these smart plugs out of the way so we can get to messing about with the one that we have. Alright, so first off, pop into my box of goodies here, and whoop, camera. So I'm gonna grab a couple of plastic pry tools out of my screwdriver case here. Nice and easy. Move this down just a tad. Zoom on in. Oh. All right. There we go. So this is what we're working with as per before. So I've heard that there's no glue. There's a little bit of a lip right in this section. It's hard to pick up on camera, but see if I can get my tool in there. Should just pop right off. Whoop, or I break my spudger, one or the other. Looks like neither in this case. might have just flattened the end of my spudger. Alright, so plastic spudger doesn't seem to want to work. We'll go back to my original thought, which is basically to just grab a flathead, stick it on here, and go to town with it. There we go. Just pry it right on off. Cool. So we've got power button as on the outside. So you see this, and this is just a little pokey thing. Pokey bit hits that. And from here, now that we have the side off, there are these little edges that are nice and elegant. They simply slide. It's on a track. So these pieces just slide out. So slide out, they expose 1, 2, 3 screws right here. And these are standard Phillips screws, like number 0. So I'm gonna just put this back. I don't need it for this plug. I will end up probably doing Tasmota on all of these. Phillips 0. There we go. And we'll just go ahead and extract these here screws. Once this is torn down, we'll go ahead and check on our Proxmox install. See if we can get some life out of that. Wow, these are deep screws. Nice, big, long screws. Sorry about the angle. Get more on my arm than usual. This is probably not quite... I've got a 00 here, and these are 0 size screws, so... Not sure where my... Oh. My actual 0 is on my other screwdriver. This is going to be way easier. Not looking forward to reinstalling these. Wow, they're really hard and feel like they're in deep plastic bosses. All right. So they're thankfully all the same sized screw, but from here we should just be able to pull off this outer casing. Is it a slide? Did I miss a screw? I thought it was just those 3. Trying to figure out how this whole thing oh, I see. You grab from here the side that we pulled the thing out of, and you just pull it forward and it comes out of its little socket. So this is the socket itself on this side. These are the contacts that actually hold the thing that you're plugging in here. I'm actually squeezing these together a little bit just to give it a little bit more of a opportunity to hug onto anything that goes in there. Looks like it's pretty well designed, neat and clean. So this is a standard relay, so this will go ahead and use low voltage to switch high voltage on and off. So this is our on and off switch basically. And we've got some smoothing components, it seems. I'm not an electrician, nor am I super well versed in electronics, but I'm trying to get a little bit better at identifying what I see here. This looks to me like a converter. So this would be a 5-volt converter to give the microcontroller its 5 and 3.3 volts. that it needs in order to work. And then this little subboard here is the low voltage circuit that contains a microcontroller, a little bit of memory, the button logic, and looks like it connects directly to our switch, our relay. So in order to flash this to Tasmota, let's go ahead and focus a little bit better here so you can see what I'm seeing here. So you'll note that in the upper right hand corner here, we've got VCC, RX, TX, TX, RX for the other logic, and ground. That is what we're actually going to be hooking into in just a few moments to go ahead and flash this thing. So, thankfully, you don't have to plug this into the wall while you're flashing it. That would be a deal breaker for me. I don't want to be anywhere near these live contacts when this thing is energized with high voltage electricity. That is no bueno. Don't want to touch it. The low voltage side, however, we can power separately without having to involve the high voltage side. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to set this down for a couple of seconds now that it's torn down and we've been over its basic components. And we're going to go back and see what we can do about our little Proxmox fiasco. So this is the view from the terminal again here, from the screen on the computer itself. We're going to go apt get dist upgrade. Okay, and we are going to reboot it one more time, which will hopefully give us better luck in getting that online. Just waiting for this to boot back up again here. Great, looks like it's online. So let me go ahead and log in as root again. All right. And we'll go once again make sure that it's on the network. In Google.com. Kind of strange that it's not using my local DNS. Let's ping my desktop computer. Ping Megatron. Okay, it does seem to be responding there. On HTOP, see what the computer is doing. Seemingly nothing. PVE firewall. Trying to figure out why this doesn't want to work. You know what? I'm going to straight up reinstall Proxmox. I think something weird happened. So just hit the power button to turn it off, and I hit it again to turn it back on. And let's go ahead and go to its BIOS and see what we can do about booting off of the flash drive that we have here. Just tap in the delete key. Hopefully we'll see the BIOS menu in just a moment. Might have to manually reset our interface so we can see it. Nope. Oh, it's still off. That explains why we can't see anything. I just switched it back on and heard a beep. Tap in the delete key here. All right, there's our BIOS. We want to boot. We want to boot from our Samsung flash drive UEFI. Say yes, save configuration reset. That should put us back in the interface for Ventoy, and we can try again with the installation here. There's our BIOS, and it should be booting off the flash drive in just a second. And there's Ventoy. All right, so Proxmox VE 8.2, which is the latest version. That's what we did before. We're going to boot in normal mode, and we're going to, let's do graphical mode this time. See if we can actually see things better, or if it'll show up at all. Also, we have the network port plugged in this time, so it's possible that just not having a network plug into it at the time of install might cause difficulties. So it picked up on the IP address of 147, I saw it there. And here we have the end user license agreement one more time. And I don't have a mouse on the system, so I'm just going to use the keyboard to hopefully tab through. Yep, there we go. And click on the I agree button. Please verify the installation target. Target hard disk is currently NVMe0N1, and that is exactly what I want. Plus, yeah, 0N1, yep. And what are the options? Okay, I don't care about these options. File system, ext4 is just fine for our purposes. Next, keyboard layout. Country is United States, time zone is America, and once again I'm going to select New York. That's what I'm closest to. US English is my keyboard layout. It actually detected that correctly. So I'm going to go next and then enter password. And email. Next. Okay, so the host name is eco.cpgeek.org. And IP address is going to be 231. 231, okay. The gateway and the DNS server both set correctly as they were before. Try to click over to next. There we go. That all looks correct. And install. And once again, it'll go ahead and do its merry things. Create partitions. Directing base system. Extracting all the libraries. And Proxmox VE is based on Debian, which is why all the .deb packages, I don't know if you can see those as they fly by. Debian is a really, really lightweight operating system that's incredibly powerful and really well suited to be the base of other operating systems. So Debian is a really good base for Proxmox. It's also, from what I understand, the basis of TrueNAS Scale, which I'm also running for the big old NAS that we worked on here. Great operating system overall. One of the older Linux variants, and really easy to configure and also highly open source and very much geared toward privacy and simplicity. So we're at 85, 86%. We're almost done. Hopefully this should finish, reboot, and then we can log in and everything will be fine. I really don't know why it was glitching before. When all is said and done, this machine will probably end up going right next to my router at the top of the rack. It's just in my lab right now for testing purposes while I'm getting it all ready. Making system bootable. Don't know why that takes longer than the extraction of a bunch of operating system libraries. Installation successful. Automatic in reboot in 1 second, 0 seconds. It's rebooting. And there it goes. So there's the BIOS screen, and it should boot right into Proxmox. I just helped it out by pressing the enter key so we don't have to wait for the 3-second countdown. And it's booting, it's booting, it's booting. We get that same menu to go to 10.3.91.231. suggesting to restart the the Proxmox folks are suggesting that I go ahead and restart the server here. So that's restarting now. I'm also going to log into my router to make sure that there are no weirdness on that particular IP address. So that's booting. Status, DHCP leases. $230, but no $231. So it looks like it's up and running. If I can type correctly. And 391.254. Pinged Megatron. Yeah, networking is online. Seeing what services are online. Apt-get update. Apt-get just upgrade. Trying to figure out if there's a way to restart the web UI. So system DTL. Restart PVE proxy. That should be the web UI. Web UI. I don't understand why I'm not able to connect. Networking clearly works. Yeah, that is so weird. To the NVR0. Okay, so looking at interfaces, okay, so we have automatic VMBR0, so that's the bridge that should come up. That's correct. And we got static IP address that we define. 7391231/24, which is correct. We're bridging towards EMP1S0, which I believe is the correct one. So EMP1S0. So EMP1 S0, the one that's up. That's BEB6, that's correct. And looking at VMBR0, that's BEB6, that's correct. That's, everything looks good. I'm going to unplug and plug back in the network interface, see if that gets me anywhere. ENP1S0, that's correct. So once again, it's giving me the warning for the self-sign certificate, so I'm going to accept. Finally! I don't know what happened. The last thing that I did was unplug and plug back in the network cable. This is what I expected the first time 20-30 minutes ago. So I don't know why that happened. But yeah, this is the fancy Proxmox dashboard that should just work every time, no matter what. So I'm gonna log in as root here. All right, it's telling me I don't have a subscription, which is correct. I don't need a subscription in order to use the software. If you want to purchase support from Proxmox, you can certainly do that. Excuse me. I don't need support, given the whole situation here. And we're currently looking at the data center view, which is just fine. So we've got one node in this data center as far as Proxmox is concerned. I do have another cluster. Like I said, it's called NX. It is currently off because I want power savings. This is the economical version, also known as Eco, which is why I call the server Eco. We've got 15.9% memory utilization, which is just fine by me. 6.9 storage, it's just fine. If we go ahead and click on the server here, we go to summary, we get a nice summary listing. For those of you who are new to Proxmox, on this computer in particular, the processor is a J6413 running at a whole 1.8 gigahertz. There are 4 of these cores. This is not a fast machine by any means. This was set up as a router box. That's the primary use for a machine like this. But I am going to be using it as a lightweight application server that is very low power. The other way to go, and more commonly, a lot of people are using Raspberry Pis for Home Assistant. I could load Home Assistant OS bare metal on this machine, and that would work just fine too. But I want to be able to run other things on this as well alongside Home Assistant. So I went ahead and set it up with Proxmox so we can have as many virtual machines as we like, just maybe not all powered on at the same time. Looks like we're using a little over a gigabyte, 1.18 or so gigabytes for running this pretty user interface and for all the backend stuff that Proxmox does, which leaves us, around 7 gigabytes free-ish, a little less, and that's more or less just fine. Load average, we're currently sitting here at like 0.3, and that's just fine. A load of 1 is the same as having 1 completely loaded CPU core. So we have a maximum server load of 4, and we're currently sitting at 0.4, which we're not doing anything, so that makes total sense. Yeah, so that's pretty much the long and short of this machine. I don't have any swap. We're not using swap. That's fine. We don't need it. This is a virtual machine. We can do swap in the operating system if we need to. I don't think we're going to need to. 8 gigabytes is honestly plenty of memory for doing anything that we could ever want to do with Home Assistant. As I was just mentioning, this runs on Raspberry Pis just fine, and this have a maximum of 4 gigabytes of RAM. So this is double the maximum of whatever we could use here. TLDR, let's get down to it. The network setup, I'm actually just going to leave default. We have one VM bridge, VMBR0. That's what I was looking at as far as the text mode. Our interfaces is just the same thing as what we were looking at in text. So VMBR0 is going to be our primary interface. This is a Linux bridge, and this is currently bridged with ENP1S0, which is the first network interface. It sounds like a lot of techno mumbo jumbo, but it's really just the first plug on the back side of the machine, and that's the ID that it gives it. This is the bridge that we're bridging all of our virtual machines to. So this works kind of like a virtual switch, like a standard Ethernet switch. So this is a virtual switch. So this gets plugged into the back port, which is then switched on our actual network switch. But when we create virtual machines, they'll all be plugged into this switch as well. I can create other virtual bridges as well to have a more complex network setup, but I don't really want that with this particular arrangement. So I'm just going to leave that the way things are. So 10.391.231 is the Proxmox interface, and we'll go ahead and roll Home Assistant. So now we're going to go ahead and spin that down. It'll show us our storage, and that's all just fine. So first we're going to create a new virtual machine. To do this, I'm going to right click on our Eco here, and I'm actually going to do this as a container in order to minimize the amount of memory that we're using here. I can always switch this over to be a VM later on. I am going to be backing up Home Assistant manually. We'll get to that when we get to that. But let's go ahead and create a container. Actually, can we create a container? Templates. I'm getting ahead of myself. Do I have a template for HAOS? Or do I have to set this up manually? I haven't used templates all that much. Honestly, I forgot how to do it. Before we do any of that, I'm going to go ahead and switch off Enterprise. We're going to disable the Enterprise repository. And oh, that's Ceph. We're not using Ceph either, and we're going to switch off the Enterprise repository. We're going to add the no subscription repository, EVE no subscription, and we're going to go ahead and reload. What this does is we told it we're not subscribing to Proxmox's support, so we're not going to get it from the main branch. We're going to get it from the no subscription branch. Sometimes the enterprise branch gets newer software than the no subscription branch, but it's just fine. So I went ahead and reloaded. We're going to updates, refresh. We do not have a valid subscription, that's fine. And now that we've specified that we're not in the enterprise list, we'll actually grab all of the appropriate new software packages. So we're going to go ahead and close that and go upgrade. And this will update our new server. You want to continue the update? Yes, we do. And I'm just going to move that out of the way to another monitor. I know you can't see it right now, but that's fine. And next, let's see if there is an HAOS template for Proxmox. Thought of that beforehand. How to install HAOS on Proxmox. Okay, let's just roll through this. We've already done most of this, so we've installed Proxmox. We got all of that set up. Copy. This is post-install. So as soon as that's done, still updating here. It'll be a minute or two. I'm going to go ahead and run this post-install PVE script. I want to wait for these updates to complete first, though. Well, while we're waiting on that, let's continue with the smart plug situation, because we're doing double duty on projects tonight, and some things are going to take a while as far as the Proxmox front. So let's go back over to my secondary camera, B+A, and for some reason everything got out of focus. So I'm just going to go ahead and focus this. It'll zoom in for a second. There we go. And it'll pop back out in a couple of seconds here. So we're going to need handy dandy soldering iron. I do need to pull up some solder. But we are going to be using this guy. What is this, you might be asking yourselves right now, because I have not explained it yet. This is a USB serial TTL converter. Manually zooming in here with the refresh. So you'll see the same sorts of things that I was explaining on the smart plug a few minutes ago. So CTS, RTS, RXD, TXD, GND, and VCC. So that's voltage, ground, so we can power a device, transmit and receive, and transmit, receive, reset, and I think it's clock, if I'm not mistaken, CTS. Anyhow, I went ahead and just plugged in these wires here. We're going to go ahead and cut the ends of them off, and I'm going to end up soldering them to our smart plug in the places where it says the appropriate things on the side there that we just went over. So I'm just going to go ahead and take my nippers and cut all of these. I did sort of kind of color code them. They're not meticulous to most standards, but things like red and black are, to me, always going to be power slash 5 volts and ground. This does use 3.3 volt logic, however, and that's just fine. Just know that in advance. So if you are like me and you're using a flasher like this, then there's actually a little switch on it right there that gives you 5 volts or 3.3 volts. I have manually moved it to the 3.3 volt section. If you use it in 5 volts mode on a 3.3 volt circuit, you will fry it. Don't do that. Always keep this in 5 volts mode, even if you're working, always keep this in 3.3 volts mode. Gotta say that again. Always keep it in 3.3 volts mode, the lowest possible setting when you're storing this. So when you hook it up to something, even if it is a 5 volt circuit, if it's a 5 volt circuit, it just plain won't work. It's not enough voltage. But if you hook up a 5 volt to a 3.3 volt circuit, it'll fry. So yeah, I am just going to go ahead and grab my strippers. This is a pretty standard set of strippers. I've used these on everything. I'm just going to go ahead and strip each one of these. And do 2 at a time, I guess. Yep. Okay. Oh, one out. Okay. So these are all stripped. These are stranded wires, which is slightly unfortunate. I'm going to go ahead and tin all of these. But that, of course, does require some solder, which I will grab in a couple of seconds. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and BRB for a couple of seconds while I hunt for my solder station and solder. That shouldn't take but a few moments, so I will be right back. Where the heck is the BRB? There it is. And I just realized that I have been talking to myself instead of the stream for the last 15 minutes as I've been tinning these wires. So to go through what I was just discussing again, for anybody who is watching along and has no idea what the heck is going on and what I've been doing here, is when I went away, which is probably when I muted my microphone, I got my soldering station and my solder here, and so this guy is a device that connects to the computer via USB, and on this side we are going to attach these leads to the programmer's interface on our smart plug. So these pads here, these little tiny shiny bits at the top, those are solder pads, and we're going to solder these wires temporarily to the serial interface, and that will allow us to program the microcontroller on the smart plug and get this up and running. So what I have been doing is I cut off the ends of these wires so that I can solder them to our little plug-in area there. And then I went ahead and I put little bits of solder on the end. It's called tinning. So I tinned the end of these wires so that it's going to be a whole lot easier to make a connection onto those solder pads. So I've tinned these wires pretty suckily, but I tinned them. And I'm going to go ahead and tin those pads as well while we're here. So I'm just going to put just a dab of solder on each one. And you know what? I'll do this orientation. And this is super tiny, so what I'm going to do is just heat these up one by one. It's just a touch. It leaves behind a tiny little perfect ball. But because my vision is not so great, I'm actually going to upgrade to a set of jewelry magnifiers here. And though it makes me look like a super smart person, it definitely helps me see tiny things. And this is like superhero vision. Okay, so each one of those little pads has its own little ball of solder. And show that to the camera here. Let's go ahead and get a little refocus action. Whoop. There we go. So I just added a tiny little dab of solder to each one of those solder connections. Actually a little too much. Not too much solder, but too many solder balls. There's actually two connections that I didn't need to, and I just remembered that. But that's okay. I simply don't need to connect them. And put a little too much on the end. There we go. All right, so now I'm going to make my connections. Starting with VCC, which is red. Take some of that solder off of there. A little easier to handle. VCC's on the very end. All right. It is on there. I am not looking forward to doing this 12 more times. I can tell you that. I've only made one connection, and this is tiny, fiddly, and annoying. Alright, so ground is the next. Let's on the other side. Okay, ground. All right. We need transmit and receive. RX is next. And then TX. So RX. TX, so blue. T. So we connect that to R. Alright, so I'm going to cut off a little bit of this to make things a little bit easier. Okay. I'm going to do the same for the next one. I cut these a little long. Okay, TX is done. I'm pretty sure that's it. So there are more leads, but I don't think that they're needed for this application. I'm just going to double check on that. Also taking a look here. This is 42 minutes, but I really doubt it. Although it is going really, really slow with this this whole firmware update deal. Stop it. Oh. That's what's happening. Pressing the key. Doesn't hurt to double check on the documentation. Oh, you're not watching this anyway. There we go. On the Tasmodo website, which is tasmodo.github.io, they have full documentation for a whole bunch of different devices. I just looked up the one that I'm using, which is the Sonoff S31. Oh, do not connect AC power and the serial connection at the same time. Which is great for me because I don't want to connect AC power with this thing open, exposed at all. The ground connection of the S31 is connected to the live AC wire. Not cool. So connecting serial with your PC will fry your PC and electrocute you and all sorts of other bad things. So yeah, do not work on this when it's plugged in, period. Should have led with that if that was not clear enough. Serial flashing, S31 is used to take apart. Hey, that's exactly what we're doing. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 wires, and that's the number that I have. Cool. Video tutorial. So we're not gonna watch this thing, but oh, too far. All right, so okay, it made sense that that he soldered on the wires first, and good. It is the top set that we're using. Cool. So I think that we're ready now to plug in the flasher. I'm actually going to unplug all of the wires, and usually I would tape them. Do I have tape? I have like tons of rolls of electrical tape, but all of the things that I usually use for wiring projects are currently missing. Honestly, do not know why. That's okay. I still don't want these connected right now, so I just went ahead and unplugged. So I unplugged fully our USB flasher, and I need an extension cable to go to my computer. Should have thought about that in advance. Tons of cables here on my desk right now. I'm just trying to make heads or tails of them so I can find an appropriate extension cable and get that up and running. Nope. You extension? Ah, yes, technically you are an extension cable. You just happen to have a little standy guy on the end, which I can make work for us. That's just fine. So I'm just gonna set that there on the table. I'll get us a little bit better focus. I turned off autofocus on this camera a long time ago. It does have okay-ish autofocus, but it kept trying to hunt and find things that I don't want, so I'd rather just do it manually and deal with it. Alright, so I'm going to plug this hub into my other hub, and this is a brand new device, so I have not used it before. And once again, I have this set for 3.3 volts. It doesn't matter because there's nothing plugged into it. I'm going to go ahead and plug this into my hub. And heard a ding ding from my computer saying, hey, something new has been plugged in. And now I am going to open up our system control panel. Control panel. System. want it's system settings. Yeah. Device manager. Okay. So as I suspected, my new device here. Oh, guys aren't looking at the right thing. Not that you're going to be able to read that anyway. So as I suspected, the driver for this device isn't currently loaded. I'm going to go ahead and update driver, search automatically. Windows is unable to install. Okay. Well, I'm going to see if the Amazon page where I bought this from has that driver. Switch back to this view. So just in case my address pops up, because I don't want that on the internets. ETL. Windows 8 and newer OS, Linux, and Mac OS will install FTDI driver automatically, except Chrome OS. That is, how do you say, bullshit. Okay. So, FTDI driver. Let us see if I can get. Let me check the ratings real quick. Drivers are available to download as follows. FTDI official websites. Okay. FTDI home drivers. For Windows 11, new drivers are now able to support 4224H. This is a FT232R or 2XX drivers. Click here. This page contains 2XX drivers. Windows 7 to 11 server. Run setup. Yeah. Extract. Next. Accept. Next. Do the thing. Only take like a second. I don't know why it's taking longer than that. Here we go. Device updated, finish. And now we have a USB serial converter. Okay. Now that we have our serial converter, let's see what COM port it shows up as, and go ahead and grab Tasmoda. So this is just Edge. I don't normally use Edge. The reason I popped it open is because it's Chromium based. I don't use Chrome like at all. It may be installed on my computer, but it doesn't get use. And for this quick and dirty task, I would rather use Edge. Firefox is too secure and does not allow direct serial communication, so I have to jump out and use a less secure browser. So we want Tasmoda. And we want Tasmoda release. We want Tasmoda web installer. Tasmoda English, connect. think that's it. To cancel. Alright, so I'm going to unplug and see if that COM port still shows up. Connect. Okay, no COM ports available. I'm going to plug back in. Okay, little lights on the board now. Try again. COM3, connect. Okay. So, I don't have anything plugged into this board right now, but it'll allow us to install Tasmota. So this is a web flasher. So this communicates, the browser directly communicates with the COM port and sends serial data over it. There's also a web flasher for the radio stuff that I had been working on, the LoRa project stuff. So that uses a web flasher too. That's how I'm familiar with this. Yeah, so everything is good to go there. So now I just need to plug the smart plug into this. This will go way quicker now that I've more or less prototyped how to make this happen. So yeah, let's go back over here. And I'm going to take our board here with a little light on it, and we're going to unplug it from the hub. It's just a little USB hub with a stand built into it. It came with like a mouse or something for a little dongle or whatever. It sits on your desk and looks pretty, but we're just using this as an extension cable right now. The other side is just USB. It plugs into my computer. It's literally a USB extension cable. And now that that's all set, we're going to go ahead and hook up these jumpers as intended. So VCC is red. VCC is always red. Ground, black, ground. Transmit, which in this case goes to receive. Transmit is blue, receive is purple. If these get messed up, it'll simply not work, and you'll just have to switch them around. So these are the 4 pins that should be set, and I'm going to go ahead and plug this into our USB extension here, which will power this whole thing up, and hopefully not release any magic smoke. Here we go. Okay, our device is online. Once again, we're set for 3.3 volts. And I'm not seeing any lights or anything. I don't know if there are any LEDs on that section or what the deal is. But I'm just going to set this just like that, nice and stable. Don't touch it. And we're going to go over here to our Tasmota flasher. We're going to connect to COM port 3. Connect. Connecting, and we're going to install Tasmota. We're going to erase the device. Next, do you want to install Tasmota on this device? All on the device will be erased. Yes, we do. So preparing installation, and I see a little blinky light on the pillar here. Failed to initialize. Try resetting your device or holding the boot button while clicking install. Okay. Oh, I think I know what I missed. When powering this guy on, I did not hold the button. So, in this case, this is the button, the thing that the external power button presses. So, when starting up this device, i.e. applying power, I need to be holding that button. So, what I'm going to do is unplug the red wire, which is currently connected to VCC, which is the main power lead. So I've unplugged its power, so I have that here. I'm going to hold the button and reconnect its power. I'm holding it down. click back and install Tesmoda, erase device, next, install. Preparing. Build to initialize. Okay. Now I'm going to look over all of the connections and see if there is anything that I messed up. Because things happen. Like possible reversal of TX and RX. TX. Purple. RX. RX blue. It goes to TX. Ground goes to ground. Back. Gonna try this one more time. Didn't change a thing. I just wiggled some wires. Okay. Now holding down the power button. Did that. Okay. Well, let's try a different tactic. Also, what happened to the audio? Oh, song change. Alright, so let's disconnect. Now, just to make absolutely certain that I'm doing this correctly, which I really not. Okay, VCC, RX, TX, and ground. Next to the ground pin are not used for flashing. Connect to your serial converter and 3 volts. Need to press the switch for applying power. Put into bootloader mode. Okay. Alright, so I've unplugged it for now, and I'm going to hold the button whilst plugging it back in. Okay. We should be in bootloader mode now. Let the button go. Connect. On 3. Install. Erase. Next. Install. Build to initialize. Huh. Alright, well, let's take another look at the way that these are going. Unplug. Just checking to make sure I didn't like make any solder bridges or do anything dumb like that. Doesn't look like it. We're in 3.3 mode. Receive is purple. Goes to transmit. Transmit is blue. Goes to receive. VCC is red. Goes to VCC. Ground is black. Goes to ground. Possible that I made an error when I first soldered our blobs here. Just making absolutely certain there are no bridges or anything weird or anything along those lines. And all the wires seem like they're properly seated and attached and sitting in the solder ball. I'm going to reflow each of these joints just to make absolutely certain I'm not like insane with my solder job. See if that works. I wish there were like LEDs on the thing to show you. I forgot to hold down the button. I wish there were LEDs to show you that like it's receiving power, at least like a power LED. All right. Back to this video. Seems like neither of my getting started with Home Assistant projects are working out here. So soldering up the wires. Same places I have mine. Plug them on in.
Okay, so now we're ready to flash. And the first thing I need to do is download the flash utility. In this case, we're going to use the ESP flash utility.
All right, so I'm just listening to the video here a little bit. Probably do so with my headphones, because it's not my video. Oh, he's using a different tool. But he didn't say anything about holding it down while plugging it in.
Waffle power.
Oh, okay. So while plugging it in, plug it into the computer. That's fine. And he let go as soon as it received power. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that here. It's just easier for me to unplug the other side. Whoa! As I go yanking on cables here. Maybe it is easier to do that side. Okay. So I've just unplugged it. Holding down the button. Plug it in. Okay, it's receiving power. I can tell that because the other board is on. I'm gonna let go. And I'm gonna try to flash again. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna try a different utility called the Tasmatizer. And that's sort of an easy to use version of installing Tasmota as well. Install, failed to initialize, that's normal and fine. Close, connect. On 3, paired. Connecting, install. Erase device, next, install. Our installation. And it's probably just going to fail. Yeah, failed. Alright, so Motizer. Okay. Get Windows standalone executable. November 2020. Okay, so it'll download the most up-to-date images automatically. The reason I was checking is to make sure it didn't package in an old version of Tasmota, because that would kind of suck. Okay, so COM3, refresh. I'm going to back up the original firmware. I have no idea how big this is. Call it 16 meg, just because. Select release. Tasmota. Erase before flashing. Tasmatize. It's downloading. Could not open 3. This is denied. Okay. Well, that's not good. Oh, Tasmatizer might need to be run as an admin. Make that happen. Tasmatizer, run as admin. Yes. Okay, Tasmatizer. 3. Save original firmware. We'll go 16 meg. Release. Tasmota. Base. Tasmatize. Did not open. Permission error. Access is denied. Okay. So I'm going to come back over here. Select my USB serial converter to uninstall device. Uninstall. No, I don't want to restart my computer. I just want to unplug, plug it back in again. Whilst holding the button. Fresh. Okay, there's my USB serial converter. Fresh. Tasmatize. It's trying to flash, I think. The little light is blinking on the board. Failed to connect. ESP8266 timed out for waiting for packet header. Okay. Let's try again. Blink, 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 blink. Are you going to do the thing? Failed to connect. ESP8266 timed out, waiting for packet header. Okay. One more time. Just gonna unplug the VCC, hold down the button, and plug it in. Connecting. Connecting. If this doesn't work, I'm going to go ahead and reverse the transmit and receive lines. That's the only thing I can think of other than this thing just straight up not working. Okay. So I'm going to unplug EX and RX, and I'm going to flip those. Okay. And let's try it again. Connecting. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Good. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe I have a bridge on the ground. Alright, I'm gonna unplug this. Resolder that ground line one more time. No chance of a ground fault. It's possible, but unlikely that I grounded it to a capacitor that was nearby. Holding the button, plugging it in. Oh, wait, I gotta reverse those send and receive lines again. Okay. Purple is receive, going to transmit line. Good. Okay. Holding the button, plugging it in. No change. Asthmatize. Failed to connect. Waiting for packet header. Let's try it without saving. By resoldering the VCC, after unplugging it. Shorten that lead a little bit. life be a little easier. Okay, it's nice and clean. No bridges, no resoldering. All right. One more time. So far, it has received absolutely nothing. I'm gonna try the website version again. Maybe it's a problem with USB hub that I'm using. Going through hub to a hub. I don't know. I'm gonna try plugging this directly into my computer. Whilst holding down the button. Gotta remember to do that. Okay. Well, this straight up isn't working, huh? One, two, three, six, four. Nothing, nothing, and more nothing. With a side of nothing. And a little more nothing. Blue should be attached to receive, right? Solder job is perfect. I don't understand what could be going wrong here. Unless one of these wires is broken, or one of the connectors is messed up. I mean, theoretically, it could be a bad unit. Just looking around, I was hoping I had another one. USB flasher. Somewhere around here is my multimeter. That could help me troubleshoot stuff like this. Where that actually happens to be right this second? I have no idea. Could be somewhere on my desk. It could be off in a drawer somewhere. Who's to know? My desk is super unorganized. I know for a fact, however, that it is not in these drawers. Maybe? Nope. Nope. Dang it. Well, I suppose the easiest way to check the connector issue is to simply solder the wires directly onto the connector. I really prefer not to. Or use a different set of wires. I do have spare wires. Do that. I guess I should try that first. Well, the upside is the server that we just set up is now updated and functional. It finished its update cycle, so we can take a look at that. We're just going to tell that to reboot. Oh, I don't think I'm logged in. Here, let's reboot. Go. Okay, I'm just waiting for this to come back around. There we go. So updates, fresh. Yeah, I know. Okay, cool. Updates are complete. Now, Home Assistant. Let's run this. Copy. Shell. Paste. The script will perform post-install routines. Yep. Package manager will use the correct sources to update and install correct PVE sources. Yep. Disable enterprise. Enable no. Correct Ceph. Yep. Add PVE test. Yes. Disable subscription nag. Yes. Yep, that's fine. If you plan to utilize a single node instead of the clustered environment, you can disable unnecessary high availability services, thus reclaiming system resources. Yes, I want to disable HA. And that's simply because I'm not clustering this particular unit, but I should still be able to back up the VM and get it running on my other cluster, should I need to. Update Proxmox now. Yep. It shouldn't need all that much in updates because we just went through the big stuff a minute ago. Updates. Don't know exactly what it should be updating at this point. Reboot. Yes. Thankfully, reboots only take about maybe 30 seconds on this machine. back in a second. Right, so that's up. Install the microcode fix. This will check your CPU for microcode packages with the option to install. Let's do that. Select a microcode to install. $531. $24 40531. Installing. Oops. Okay, fine. Microcode. Huh. Try that again. This time we'll go with this one. Well, while that's doing the thing, I'm gonna grab some more jumper wires. All right. Reboot thing there. Okay. Of course they would be male. These are male-to-male jumper wires, which not at all what we need. Alright, I think I'm just going to solder directly to the lead and call it a day. Okay, rebooted. Still vulnerable no matter what. Alright, well that's something to worry about later. Proxmox helper scripts. Okay. Paste. Home Assistant operating system. This will create a new Home Assistant OS VM. Proceed. Yes. Do the thing. What settings? Choose version. Stable. Set virtual ID. 2000s. Machine type. I think Q35. Breakthroughs default, that's fine. HA. Cpgeek.org. Host. Allocates. Do it all 4. Allocate RAM. And 4 gigs is fine. NBR0, MAC address. I'll set a VLAN later. MTU should be 9,000. No, let's leave it default. RPM when complete, ready to create VM. Okay, so it's setting virtual machine ID, downloading the latest Home Assistant OS release directly from the Home Assistant GitHub. I don't know why everything is so damn slow. I mean, sure, it should be 1 gigabit per second, but I'm gonna check the switch. Let's see. 1 second. Let's show. Dang it. Dang it. Where is it? Yeah, let's show that camera for a second. Logging into my switch. See what the connection parameters are. .5 gig, 40, 4. You just make sure that that's not part of lag. 7, 8, 5, and 6. Okay. The port 4 is not lagged. Port 4 is forwarding at 2.5G. This should be hella fast. Like, stupid fast. Like, I have 2.5 gigabits of network bandwidth. I really don't know why it's operating at such slow speeds. This doesn't make sense to me. It's supposed to be on 4? Yeah, 4. Port setup 4. Testing. It's force 1G. Why? Oh, that's interesting. I forced a 1 gigabit connection and immediately things just work fast. That is super strange. I'm just gonna leave that alone for now. Like, as soon as I set 1G, I get a full gigabit internet connection. I don't know, man. That's weird. It should have been operating faster at 2.5. Like, it should have gotten the complete internet. That's completed successfully. It's installed speed test. Oh. Paste. Oh, what version of Debian is this? Bookworm. I did that correctly. You just want the dead package. So annoying. Just trying to grab a speed test. Okay. Alright. Just trying to pour over this stupid script that I don't understand what's going on with. Okay. Alright. on Proxmox. Anyway. Oh, now with that script. We've got Home Assistant server now. Oh, it actually uses 4 gigabytes of RAM. That's a little annoying. What do we got for console? Okay. We have Home Assistant URL and an Observer URL. And it did not respect my host name. That's really annoying. It also did not set up proper networking, but that's okay. So I'm going to put this down, and I'm going to set up proper networking for this. Hardware, network device. VertIO is great. That's great. Fine. Thought that I could define the IP address from here. I cannot. Okay. Well, in that case, I will simply have to do it from the inside. I'm starting up the VM again. Right, so we're back online. Home Assistant.local 8123. Home Assistant.local 8123. All right, so this is my first time inside of Home Assistant, like at all ever. And so far, just getting this online has been annoying, but it's not Home Assistant's fault. It's been Proxmox's fault on this computer and the networking being weird, and I don't know. But it is up and running now. So create my smart home. Yes. Let's get started by creating a user. Okay. So name. E. Password. I'm going to use a pretend password and change it later. You know what? I'm going to secure password now. Up there. Up there. Count. I'm going to temporarily move this window over here, enter my address. Do, 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 do. And I entered my address, and it's looking. Right, found me. Help us help you. Share anonymized information about your installation, make Home Assistant better, and help us convince manufacturers, add local control and privacy-focused features. I'll include basic analytics. I'll include what I use, but I will not send them diagnostics or statistical data. So this should just tell them what kinds of devices that I'm using with Home Assistant, and I don't mind contributing that data, but I also don't want them having all of the metrics about when I use things and crash reports and all of that kind of thing. If I need to send them a crash report, I'll do it manually. We found compatible devices, DLNA, Digital Media Server, and UPnP IGD. This DLNA Digital Media Server is going to be more than likely my Plex instance, because it has DLNA built into it. And this UPnP IGD is probably going to be my router. I think, probably. Neither of which I really need in Home Assistant, but kind of neat. Okay, so we get a weather report. We get Home Assistant menu. We get notifications. New devices discovered. Let's check out what devices that were discovered. Yep, UPnP is FreeBSD router. So, it actually says DLNA Plex Media Server on Unicron. Unicron is the name of my big file server. And also it shows my RAX80, which is my the router, the wireless router that I have. I will never use the DLNA server on that. Basically, like, you load a flash drive or a hard drive on it, and it will share your photos, videos, etc. So we're going to ignore that. UPnP/IGD is interesting. What can you configure for that? Set up this UPnP IGD device. Submit. Yeah. What? Okay. Add Flex. Okay. So overview. Oh! Ah! It actually lists out my current uploads, download speeds. Updating periodically, I guess? We're gonna go with mbits. Okay. Download speed. Oops. We're also gonna go with mbits. All right. That's not bad. History. The internet sucks tonight. How's that? Also, not quite sure how long ago that was, so I apologize. Sorry, I was just checking out chat. My mom was commenting how the internet sucks tonight. I don't know. It's kind of neat that it does graphs. Logbook. Okay. Those to-do lists. That's weird. Don't know why I would want that in Home Assistant. All right. So at its core, the way it's laid out right now, it's a framework. So it doesn't really do much out of the box. Media, DLNA servers. It looks like I could go into my my video music. So if I go into video, yep, and it'll start giving me all of my my movies and TV shows, my rips and stuff. This works just the same on my TV, so I don't really want to go through that right now. But the really cool thing about all of this is when we go back into settings, we can do either add-ons or integrations. Devices, services, there we go. So in this menu, we can add integrations, and there's tons of integrations available depending on, you know, brands of things. And that's what we're trying to set up with the smart plug, is we're trying to get the Tasmota set up here. In fact, I'm going to add that because I really do want to engage with that. So I want to set up Tasmota. I want to go ahead and do that. Created configuration for Tasmota, finish. And failed to set up, one entry. Check the logs. Logs. How do I check the logs? Logbook? Oh. Some options. Okay. Why? It says check the logs. How do I check the logs? DevTools? No. It feels good to check the logs. It doesn't tell me, like, there's logbook. But doesn't really tell me anything. History. Overview? No. Logs? How do I check the logs? Well, there's definitely things to know about that. Build to set up. Is it just that there's no only a single configuration possible? Load? Disable? Disable? Home Assistant. Settings. System. Updates. No. Hardware? Kind of neat. Oh, it's only using half a gig, so I could lower that. How do I restart home? Oh. Restart home assistant. Restart. That actually rebooting the home assistant box? No, it's just resetting the daemon. Okay, so now if I go into settings under devices, under test mode, still failed to set up. At the logs on system log integration stores information about all logged errors. Settings, system logs. Settings, system logs. There we go. Error config entries.py. Okay. It's actually not a bad logging system, I just didn't know how to use it. Weird. Trace back. Okay, so I think it needs something else. Probably MQTT before we can begin. So, whoops, integration. So if I add E, oh. So there's got to be an add-on. Helpers. How do I set up MQTT? Add-ons. MQTT. Add-on store. Mosquito broker. There we go. How do I install? Big blue install button. I can do this. This will start the add-on if it crashes. Yes. Start on boot. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We're going to change up the network settings as well. Name, time zone, locale. Network. Figure interfaces. The name your instance will have on your network. There we go. ha.cpgeek.org. Save. IPv4 static. 10.3.9.1 2 3 2. I think that eco is 231. So 231. Yeah, so 232. Fine for HA. We're changing the Wi-Fi IP or gateway addresses. You might lose the connection. Definitely will lose the connection. Change the IP that I mentioned. Yeah, let's do that now. So I should then be able to come here. Y'all like Cpgeek.org. Or 10 3 9 1 2 3 2. Okay. Me password. Log in. I'm going to add password. See. Cool. Now, oh, go. Let's restart you and see if it comes up the correct name when it restarts. Perfect. Oh, ha.cpgeek.org.local. Okay, so the domain is weird. Settings, system, network. Want it to be called HA. HA.local. Set distance meaning. Postman domain for SSL purposes. Yep. Need to review. Let's expose your HA instance. No, this URL is behind my firewall. I just used it to get to it. Which remain as needed in the internet field. field. Settings, System, Network. Scroll down to Home Assistant URL. User domain is needed in the internet. There is no internet field. The only things under network are hostname and network interfaces, which I've already configured. It's just IP. So annoying. I just want to change my domain. Now, I can go ahead and unplug the keyboard from this machine. Don't keyboard. Oh, I'm going to be winding down the stream soon enough. Just want to, I wanted to explore the interface a little bit, but it should not be that hard to change the domain. Adding a custom domain to Home Assistant.
It's gonna be over.
I don't need remote access. I just want to be able to access from my own internal DNS. I don't want to do it from the cloud. Oh, HTTP integration? No. Ah, okay. So I went ahead and figured MQTT and then restarted Tasmota, and Tasmota just worked. So I should be able to use Tasmota stuff and MQTT stuff now. And now I have, yeah, Mosquito Brokers up and running. This is weird, the way that things work in this. Okay, so you manually need to add this to your configuration file. For reloading it. How do I edit? This is getting ridiculous. Helper devices. It likes to crash Firefox. Oh. Plate. No. YAML. And these are the developer tools, which don't appear to actually do anything. So let's encrypt is part of it. That's neat. ESP home. Looks like I can more or less host an R stack from here. Not that I actually need to. I could run Plex directly from here, I suppose. Asmo admin. Wait a minute. Son off. What are these? S31? Yeah, it looks like they still require flashing. Alright. So this is what I would finally need to use as motor devices. Start. Okay. Pankuma. It could be useful. Z-Wave, Music Assistant. And there's a lot more hacks available than what's listed here as well. Dashboards. Okay, that's neat. I can integrate with voice assistants, like Google Assistant and Amazon Alexa. So I can tell Alexa to turn these smart outlets on and off. I should technically be able to ask it what the temperature is in particular rooms. I haven't even gotten that far. Alright, so I've got some messing around to do, but Home Assistant is up and running, and I'm happy about that. I really need to mess around further with getting these Sonoff units flashed. I really don't understand why I haven't been able to get this stuff flashed with this USB flasher. I've done this type of work before. Everything appears to be exactly in order, and the way multiple guides suggest, it's possible that I have a bad unit. It's pretty unlikely, though, given the whole situation. I might unbox another one and give it another shot. I mean, I haven't done anything that's not, like, immediately reversible. If I clean off the solder on these, I can put it back together and return it if I needed to. I know that I didn't do anything to the device to harm it. I have not had any bridges, grounds, problems, etc., etc. I know I didn't mess it up. So it's possible that my USB flasher is bad. It's also possible that this particular plug I was trying to mod is bad. So, yeah. I'm going to play with that a little bit more behind the scenes. I'm still pretty excited about getting this whole thing up and running. Yeah. So, next time on my stream, the goals are getting one or more of these sun-offs up and running. If I can prototype the process that works properly, you'll see me solder up a bunch of these and get all the firmware flashed and all of that set up. Who knows? I might even find, you know, a jig to get the correct points and get those done without soldering them. I might model something up in Tinkercad and put together a 3D printed jig to hold the solder points together in order to make that flashing process a little bit easier. This should not be a chore. I expected to get through at least 3 or 4 of these tonight and play around with them tomorrow, but that doesn't seem to be the way that things went. Yeah. If you like playing around with home automation stuff, please stay tuned. I do have a few streams left of this particular topic, at least for this device, the Sonoff stuff. Also, while I'm talking about it, just a quick preview for next time, because I'm definitely not going to be doing this tonight. Where is my camera? There it is. So I have a whole box of these guys. These are Govee Smart Thermo Hygrometers, and that's just fancy word for temperature sensors. So these are really, really tiny, you know, like palm of my hand tiny. We're zoomed in really pretty far for comparative sake. This is that versus my box knife. So yeah, pretty tiny little devices. And these are little battery powered devices. They use, I think, just a AAA battery, if I'm not mistaken. If I pop this open, yeah, just one AAA battery. That's about all it needs, and this just holds it so it doesn't, you know, power up when it's in transport. And these are super low power. They should last for, I think they said, like 1 to 5 years on the included battery, and these are crappy batteries, so I should be able to replace them with long duration batteries that last for a super long time. So I've got a huge box of these, and the plan is to label them appropriately and put them, one of them in the rack, one of them in the room that the rack is in, and basically just distribute them around my house. One for the lab, one for the living room, bedrooms, etc. I can get more of these. These are super cheap too. They're made by Govee. Govee wants me to use their app on my phone in their cloud to do this. I shouldn't need to. These should be directly Bluetooth interfaceable from within Home Assistant. I haven't set that up. I'm not going to be setting that up, like I said, tonight. That will be more than likely the next stream. Also in that same box, this is a Govee Bluetooth bridge. So this takes Bluetooth signals and sends them over Wi-Fi. And this is useful so that I can connect this big box of these sensors to the Wi-Fi network. So I don't need to put a Bluetooth dongle on that little PC. Because it doesn't have Bluetooth, and that's totally fine because it's going to be in a shielded metal box where Bluetooth signals would not permeate well. But if it's on Wi-Fi, the local Wi-Fi router is actually really nice, and that is a basically a wired to wireless bridge. So it should be able to allow me to stick these wherever I want inside my house. And this will retransmit those signals wirelessly, and the wireless router will pick it up and put it over the wire on my wired network into the rack, where it will show up on the Home Assistant dashboard. And last but not least, as far as my vision goes for Home Assistant, this is a really ridiculously cheap Amazon Fire tablet. It's a 7-inch tablet. It takes up the whole screen right now just because we're zoomed really far in. There's my hand. So this is a nice little tablet. This is going to be used primarily for Touch Portal, this particular one on my my computer here, and that will be another stream. Touch Portal is a really nice Stream Deck replacement. It gives me on-screen buttons for messing around with OBS Studio and other things. So if I open up Touch Portal, sure it's online there. Connection timeout, of course it does. Oh, because it's not running on the desktop. There we go. Now that the server is on, OBS. So as you can see here, it's a little out of focus, but I can mute and unmute my microphone, adjust cameras, that kind of thing. In fact, if I hit my camera here, oh, it's not online in OBS right this second, but these buttons will change what OBS does. It'll allow me to shift around what camera is active, mute, unmute microphones, do my countdown timers, etc., all from one little pad here, so I don't have to keep going back into OBS, messing around with that. This will just sit on my desk. But those same tablets will also be used for use with Home Assistant for dashboards. So I can mount them up around my house, one in each room that I have switchable outlets in, and or temperature controls for, and basically mount them on the wall, run a small USB cable to a near outlet in order to charge and power, and they're just nice little displays. That should display all of the things that Home Assistant will do in that room. And that's pretty cool. If I choose to invest in a security camera or a one of those video doorbell type things, I could also set it up so Home Assistant will control those as well. So if somebody hits the doorbell, all of the Home Assistant dashboards that I have up throughout the house will immediately change to whoever's at the front door, so that we can see who is at the front door from anywhere in the house, and talk to them. So that would be cool. I don't really have any plans to buy one of those right now. That's sort of one of the back burner things. Right now I'm more interested in figuring out how much my devices are taking up energy-wise, being able to turn my servers on and off remotely, and also figuring out what the temperature is in each room. And having that all in a nice dashboard with data logging would be real nice. and I can basically build on top of that. So that's where I intend to go with Home Assistant. And I have a good number of these. And when I said ridiculously cheap, I mean Woot was selling them for $25 per tablet. They're not good by any means. They're okay for e-reading, basic e-reading. I wouldn't recommend using them for like trying to like browse Facebook or whatever. They're really slow tablets. But all they really need to do is display a web page for Home Assistant. And for the price that I paid for these guys, I can't go wrong. And they'll display a dashboard really smoothly and keep that interactive and make that work well. So that's the long and short of my plan for Home Assistant. Thanks for sticking around and going through this with me. This was wow, it's 43 o'clock in the morning, and I started this around 10. I thought this would be a nice smooth install, but nothing about this was smooth or fast. Hopefully future installments will be much easier, but that's going to be where we will end it tonight. Let's see who is around to raid. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Trying to get my streams loading here. I don't know why Twitch is working slowly. Oh, okay. I know. We're gonna go over to Kitten Clubhouse, where there are a couple of new kittens who are playing around with a cute light toy. So that will be what we will do tonight. Nice, light-hearted fun. Cute kitties. Search live channels to raid. Kitten Clubhouse. And we will go ahead and start that raid. So thank you for joining me tonight, and hopefully you guys have more or less enjoyed what I've done here, and we'll tune in later. Please keep an eye on the Discord, as that is where you will find when I go live, usually. Yeah, go ahead and subscribe, like, do all the things. This will be up on both YouTube and on Twitch. So if anybody wants to watch this on later, they can. Everybody have a great night. Here's some cute kittens.